Okay. Last time I tried this, I got very sleepy about 40 minutes in and kind of gave up. So we'll see.
Oh, you're just playing the regular version.
Yep.
Is it gonna feel very disorienting for you?
Probably. We're gonna find out. See, I haven't really played this version in like 2 years outside of doing the warfare thing. So I don't really know if I'm going to remember any of the dungeons or anything like that either. Since they're all... I guess the dungeons aren't necessarily different, but where keys and stuff are is... Hello, Piss. Wake up. Maybe I should turn the game down just a touch. That's probably better. That was a pretty slow exit. Backwalk. Oh, this is not too good start.
Is it really ever?
Sometimes.
I mean, if you always crash inevitably, it's better to get out of the way right away.
You can get back through that hole in less than 4 minutes, and I did not. Did that bush have a rupee in it? I have one more rupee than I should. Yeah, we're still in the beginning. I don't know how many Deku sticks I'm gonna need. We'll just get 3. If you jump slash there for whatever reason, oh, I messed it up actually. But you can actually get put farther ahead than the cutscene generally walks you. Yeah, Joel Town's a pretty good Zelda player. Okay. So you don't actually need the slingshot to beat this game. So we're not gonna get it. I believe I missed that. This is where the gyroscope would be nice, but I hate it. No, you don't actually need the slingshot. If you can do some cool jumps. I'll try this a few times and I'll do it the baby way. I haven't actually like learned the setup for really any tricks in this run. Okay, I'll try this one more time. I don't think this will work. Okay, I lied. One more. How's it going, Corbin? Alright, I can't do that. So we'll do the dumb way. I shouldn't say the dumb way, it's just slow. Oh my goodness. I'm so bad at this game. Why is my stick not lighting? There we go. I think I want more nuts just to be safe.
You're doing so well, you want more nuts.
Hmm? You know what?
This is world record, right?
I highly doubt it. I don't actually know what world record is for this. No, Discord audio is just a little quiet, yeah. I need to turn it up, I just haven't had a second. I will during the Goma cutscene. Or right now. I should have had a stick out. Minute Decker Tree. Kill me. Oops. Don't do that, kids. hello, phone. This is a... I'm gonna pretend I actually know what I'm doing. Run. But I don't actually remember most of the tricks. Yeah. My phone is set to be silenced until like 6, and I always forget that. So I need to re-silence it when I stream this late. I forgot to split.
These are some fantastic splits we got here.
Okay, I'm gonna forget a lot of them, to be honest. Probably. Like, it's almost muscle memory for me with Master Quest, because I've just done it enough that I know when the split's coming up. But even though it's gonna be very similar in this, I'm probably gonna forget them a lot.
Well, at least your Deku Tree split is on par with your personal best.
I've never run this, so every split's gonna be my personal best.
Well,
Or are you talking about the dashes?
Yeah.
I should just skip every split through the whole run. I think a good Deku Tree in this category could easily be under 9 minutes. That one is like 12. A lot of people say they like the N64 graphics better, and those people are just wrong, so...
Graphics?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Most of it are people that are just, nostalgic about it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. If somehow we get an N64 runner of this game in our chat, I guarantee you they will say Link's rolling animation looks ridiculous.
Well, this is glitchless, though.
This is glitchless. I'm saying nice. I get what you're doing. I feel like I'm probably going to actually go the wrong way through the Lost Woods because it's backwards. I'm probably going to have to like speak it as I do it to make sure I don't mess it up. I think it's right, straight, right, left. No, that doesn't sound right. I think that's Master Quest. I think that one's Master Quest, so I think this one would be left, straight, left, right.
Wait, are you coming out of the Kokiri Forest or out of the Sacred?
Out of the city, it goes left, straight, left, right, I think. And then out of the Sacred Meadow, it will go left, right, straight, right, right, I want to say. Really hope so.
You're right. I mean left.
I don't think I'll have too much of a problem with it being mirrored, Corbin. It's just that area in particular is brutal on mirrored because it all looks the same, and if you mess it up, you lose quite a bit of time.
I've never really been able to adapt to the GameCube or HD version of Twilight Princess.
You played it on Wii originally? Yeah, I only played it on GameCube. I didn't have a Wii until it was like in the last year of its life cycle, pretty much. Maybe the Second to last year. I didn't have a Wii for a very long time. No, GameCube version of Master Quest isn't mirrored at all. The GameCube version is easier for that reason, and in the 3D version, you actually take double damage in Master Quest, whereas you don't in the GameCube version. It's not that... The damage part isn't that difficult, because, like, it's Ocarina of Time. Nothing does that much damage, really. But it can make Stalfos... It makes Stalfos actually intimidating.
I remember dying multiple times to Stalfos in the water temple.
Yeah, the Stalfos do either 2 or 4 hearts of damage in Master Quest, and there's one room in the water temple where there's 3 of them. Actually, there's 2 rooms in the water temple where there's 3 of them. One is the map, though, so you don't need to go in there if you don't want to.
Hoot, hoot, piss!
I could try to... There's a way you can skip him, but if I'm right about the route of this, I need to walk past here like 3 times, so I'd have to get it all 3 times to actually save time, so it's probably not worth it. The nice thing about the 3D version is you can just mash B to get through the owl. If I remember right, in the N64 version, B would actually... You could actually select the button, like the yes or no option with B. And you can't do that in this version, thankfully. So you can just kind of mash B until you get to that part and then hit A. Oh, I almost walked right back out because I was holding the direction for Master Quest. Oh, for N64, if you mash A and B, you get quick text through the owl every time. So right there, if you kind of saw, I exited and Link wasn't even moving. Just exit with 0 speed, because it affects how fast Link transitions into the next screen, or how far he moves, technically. So by doing that, Link didn't actually even move into the next screen, so I just kind of had to turn around and take a step, and I was back into this loading zone. So, fun fact, in my Master Quest World Record run, I actually got caught by this guard right here. Lost like 30 seconds because of it.
How much leeway do you have going in that direction?
For the guard seeing you?
Yeah.
Quite a bit, honestly. I just do the jump slash every time to make sure I make it. I jump from a little farther back. But, as long as it's night. You can't do that during the day because they have a bigger range of vision.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you can't make that jump during the day. It can only be during night. Same with the guards in Gerudo Valley. They have or Gerudo Fortress, rather. They have a smaller cone of vision during the night.
When I was a kid, that was the method I used, and I got caught like, I don't know, 50 times or something before I finally got it. I mean, did the jump slash, but
yeah, jump slashes like halt his fall speed and move him forward a little bit, which is why they're used throughout this run. Because they let you go, they give you more forward momentum. I'll actually use one right here to be safe. Well, you know what? This isn't world record. I'm going to try for the swag jump. So if I do this right, Link will do a little hop on this water here. Yeah. So So these guards are either really bad at their job or really good at it. There's really no middle ground for them. Like, that guy was really bad at his job. So was that one. I think we got a bad guard pattern here.
Is this last one the only one that's random?
They're all technically random, but if you go fast enough, the first two you can always get through. Like, sometimes the third guard will actually be, like, around the pillar, depending on how fast their speed decides to go. But they're all technically random, it's just if you're fast enough, the first two don't ever matter, really. This is, like, over a minute behind where I should be, easily. I should be getting Zelda's letter by now.
Don't forget the split.
I'll try not to. It's just like, with this one right now, I'm kind of having to think about what I need to do next in the round, which is kind of dumb, because I'm pretty sure the child section is exactly the same, except for where I get Far's Wind. Because in this category, I'm going to want to get Far's Wind after Jago instead of before, like I do in Master Quest. I don't know when I first played the original Legend of Zelda. Probably... I don't know. It's probably 7 or 8. Link to the Past is the first one I played. My parents had the original Legend of Zelda, I just never played it when I was younger. We had a Super Nintendo, and I would always play it when my parents would have a babysitter watch me. I'm sure the babysitter loved it, because I was that kid they could just put in front of the TV with the controller and do whatever the hell they wanted. Hey, we got a split. Look at that gold. Yeah, I've played them all.
The gold dash.
The gold dash. If we remember to split, this will be nothing but gold dashes. It's gonna be gold or whites. No pinks or reds this run, guys. Yeah, fun fact though, this is the only remake of a Zelda game I've ever completed. Oh no, that's a lie, I guess. I did finish Wind Waker HD eventually.
You damn right you did.
I did.
GBA Link to the Past?
Oh, I guess that's true. We don't count that one. We don't talk about that.
That game is great. It's the only A Link to the Past version I can really play.
I played the GBA Link to the Past, 100% of the file, did the Four Swords, did the Palace of the Four Sword thing, and then never touched it again.
Terrible.
Well, I loaded it up to look at comparisons and was like, graphics are terrible, the audio is awful, aspect ratio is all screwed up. I mean, I guess you could say Link Between Worlds if you want to count that as a remake of Link to the Past. I mean, it might as well be. It was trying really hard.
And it's better than A Link to the Past in every way.
It has some better points. I'll give it that. Backwalking is hard. That's not a good line. There we go. I think the problem a lot of newer players to Zelda have with Link to the Past, and the older games in particular, I guess, is compared to the new games, they're very unforgiving. Like, Link to the Past, you get to the Dark World and stuff hurts. Like, a lot. I think until you get to Spirit Temple, the most damaging enemy in this game is a Stalfos, and it only does 2 hearts of damage at the most.
I kind of think Breath of the Wild broke that trend a little bit.
Yeah, my issue with Breath of the Wild was, like, it was tough starting out, but once you actually started picking up equipment, I felt like the game got very easy. I don't feel like the challenge remained throughout the game. It was awful quick time. I was also very disappointed in Breath of the Wild that it only had like 5 or 6 enemies. It felt very stale. Oh, that's bad. No, camera, please. So if you backwalk at the wrong angle there, you can actually get stuck on the wall. And if you do that, you're pretty much guaranteed to get hit. Which I guess isn't a big deal in this one, since it's normal damage. I think a Tech Titan does half a heart. Which actually would have been fine. I kind of want a Death Warp here in a minute, so... Where the hell am I? I beat Breath of the Wild like 2 days after it came out. Didn't really touch it again for a while. Nice backflip. Then I went back to it when they released Master Mode. Figured, I'll 100% this one. Because like with Link Between Worlds, I didn't bother 100%ing my first file because I knew you had to beat the game to unlock the hero mode. So I figured I'd just 100% that. Which is what I did. And then, yeah, I haven't really played Link Between Worlds much since either. I guess I streamed it a couple weeks ago, but... Oh, so here's a cool thing. I see a lot of people put their sticks away so they don't burn up. But, in Ocarina of Time, lighting a torch resets your stick burn timer. What is going on with my stick? I can't even backwalk. How's it going, Luna? Okay, so I want to say this is left, right. Nope, it's left. Left. Straight. Left. Right. Hey, I'm gonna get lost on the way back though. So Wolfos take double damage from the backside, which is why you saw me just wait for him to attack. No, shoot me! Yay! Did I? Oh, I didn't get lost in the meadow. Oops. Didn't need that money. No, I probably should have got bridge rip useful, and I inevitably accidentally burned my shield. Just like last time. I think I made it to Lakebed Temple and TPHD before I quit playing. I think. I don't remember actually. I was going to do the Cave of Shadow. Thanks for the sub, Taylor. I was going to do the Cave of Shadows to get the amiibo thing for Breath of the Wild, but then I... Oh, come on. But I watched someone stream Breath of the Wild with an early copy of it, and honestly I thought this is a very boring game to stream. And I don't know that people would want to watch it, so I kind of just didn't. It's going. We're having a pretty terrible run going down, but here's what it is. Well, I want to be on the right side of this, or left side of me. Oh no, I died. Everybody pretend like we didn't know that was gonna happen. Okay, I need to go left. I need to go left. I need to go left. I tried to skip the owl. Left. Right. Straight. Right. Hey, we didn't get lost in the woods. I hit R too soon. Oh my goodness. I cannot do this song today. There we go. Let's go super slow. Backwalking takes getting used to. The split's like 3 or 4 minutes behind where it probably should be too. That's okay. If I can do like 4.5 or better on this run, honestly, I'll be somewhat surprised. I don't usually have an issue with that song ever. Like, I don't know what my deal is today. It's probably because I haven't touched this game in like 2 weeks. But I'm gonna pretty much be gone for the next 2 weeks, so I figured I would do a fast stream for all y'all. Late split! Don't count it though! Right into the pot. Oh, dodged it. I don't know if I need this, but I'm gonna get it. Okay, so my bomb goes over the wall to the left in this run then. Not to the right. To the left. I apologize for talking about what my issues. Oh my goodness. I'm getting master quested. Bomb to the left. Nailed it. Alright, I'm gonna go for a cool trick in here to skip a couple things. That might have been too soon for that trick anyway. Dope burger. So I just kind of exited the dungeon as the cutscene was trying to start. So I didn't have to watch the cutscene. And it resets this platform cycle. Oh, this might be okay. I think I messed it up. Yeah, I went too soon. Look, there's trick-or-treaters. But they ain't getting candy because I ran out. Oh, this should be okay. Nice. I'll take it. I don't know if I can make this. Oh, yeah. it's faster to go to the ladder with when I mess up first try. But we did. Oh, I got it! I've never got that trick in my life, I don't think. That trick's really hard, Taylor. It's frame perfect. I think. It might be like 2-frame window. I'm gonna do this in case I goof. Oh, it's just pop. Yeah, his face is pretty good right there. Okay, let's hope I don't mess this room up. Oh, I jumped twice on accident. I don't want to target that guy. Oh my gosh. Alright. Third time's the charm. I had it the first time and then I accidentally jumped again. I'm supposed to go like this. This is really risky backwalk, by the way. Because of that keys. If that keys would have come after me, I would have lost my shield right there. Oh, come on, I flipped. Stupid fairy. This toss is... Oop, I'm bad because I was trying to explain things. This toss is really stupid in 3D because, like, it'll just settle itself on the ledge here. You don't have to try to aim it, really. Like, it just gets stuck. So this is flame skip because I don't have a slingshot. What the F just happened? Thanks, camera. I'm using a stick because for some reason it's sharper than my sword. I messed this up. You can actually get them, like, stupid close to this door. So here's the second one. This one's harder. I'll probably burn my shield on accident on this one. I think that's okay. Let's put this away. I'm not the greatest at these. Dang it. Apparently I've got the first one down, but this second set's a little trickier. There is a different way I could do it, but it's slower. Well, slower than actually getting this way on like the first attempt without falling. I think that's okay. Nope. Oops. So you don't want to do a full jump because you want him to grab the edge here? Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna get burned right there. That's okay. This would technically follow all the quote-unquote ZD% criteria, aside from you guys thinking saving and quitting is a glitch. Oh, come on. Maybe I should have got the slingshot just as a backup for this one. Nah, we'll get this. This is like the last room you need the slingshot in. I guess technically it's helpful for the spirit temple too, but we don't need it. So if I aim like there, is that good? Okay. So I can do that jump just fine. Alright. Wow, 42-minute bombs. Only. Wow, interesting. So there's actually... there's a coding thing here where the bomb's timer resets when it passes through that, when it passes through the hole in the bridge. So technically the bomb's timer should have reset there, but it didn't. I wonder why. Oh, I want to jump there. You can get off that early. I didn't have a shield, so I wanted the backup one. I'm actually not going to equip it until I'm done in here. Just so I don't have to worry about these guys. Wow, sick jump. The trick's not that much trouble if you're like actually good at it, Taylor. I've just never really ran this. So I do a spin attack there because for some reason your spin attack actually has a hurt box above you too. So I was able to hit that first keys. I was too late with it on the second keys, but boss is in the chat. I don't know where he's at. Yeah, I'll still wait. I don't think I want to use my own bombs for this fight, even though it goes a little faster. I don't know the bomb count for this route. Got him. What sound effects that they did for the 3D version? I don't think I technically need to get any health for this run, but I'm going to. Yeah, you can always do that after that heart container. Well, as long as you kill him in 3 cycles every time. The heart container lines up, so you can just do 2 side hops and a backflip and you'll land in the blue orb. It's slightly faster because otherwise you have to like walk around his arm, and that way you just go over it. So in the N64 version, because you can do this weird thing where you can open chests underwater, and it doesn't count as a, I guess I should specify it doesn't count as a bug for a bug limit, because they're weird. It's actually faster to get magic later. In this version, you can't do that. So to my understanding, it's faster to still get magic now. I don't actually know because I've never personally timed it. I don't know if anyone has timed it or if it's just assumed it's faster though. So. So realistically, Dodongo's Cavern could probably be beaten around like the 41-minute mark if I didn't choke on a few tricks. That was a terrible backlog. Oh, nice sign push. This is not going well. So, this is kind of a camera trick and a speed thing. Like, backwalking is faster, but these boulders actually only spawn in front of Link. So by backwalking, I prevent any from actually spawning where I'm going. I'll show you guys another camera thing when I get to needing the fish for Jabu. The fish I'm gonna get for Jabu don't load in until my camera is where their loading point is. So I'm gonna intentionally delay loading them until I can scoop one immediately. I feel like my bombs are really low. Maybe I'll try to get some out of the grass by Zorazuver. Because I feel like I'm gonna need more than what I have. But I don't actually know. I think in Master Quest I would be like entering Jabu Jabu right now. Well, you just still needed the Rumble Pack and the Stone of Agony, I believe is what it was called in N64, right? Because I know it's called Shard of Agony in this one. I'm pretty sure it was just Stone of Agony in the N64. Yeah, Rumble Pack. I never had a Rumble Pack. I was poor growing up. Damn it. Yeah, I tried to flip my camera in a way that it wouldn't target it, but it didn't go fast enough. I think I need to go right. Oh, this might be a really good backlog. That was a really good line for the backlog. I'd consider it, but I don't really play my N64 anymore. I had it hooked up for like 2 years, and I think the only thing I did was I convinced Erica to play Conker's Bad Fur Day on it, and we played some Pokemon Stadium. I don't think I hit the rocks, did I? Oh, I did. Bombs. Hey! Can I get another one? Well, I got magic. Gonna go for swag here, even though I'll probably mess it up and lose time. Hey! That's one of the harder, like, jump slash extensions. I don't know what the hell to actually call that thing in Glitchless. The timing on it's different than most of them, and if you mess it up, you kind of lose a lot of time because you fall in the water. Well, I know it's called a jump attack, but I'm using it to get distance instead of having to... So the reason I did it there was because it allowed me to just land on the ground instead of grabbing the edge, because it gave me just slightly more distance. Just enough to land up on top of the ground. Because that is faster than watching the animation for Link pulling himself up a ledge. I think I'm going to grab an extra stick here too, just in case. Like, this would be nice if it was the N64 version because of PCS, but... Sadly, it's not. So I don't know how many sticks I actually need. So I side hop up the stairs because side hopping is the fastest way to get around as Child Link. I think my music messed up. What the hell was that? That was weird. Oh, let's see if I can get these both in one dive. The master. Yeah, it like dropped all the treble or something. No, I'm not in mono mode because Phantom Ganon, if you're in stereo mode, you can actually hear where he comes from. There's actually a lot of things like that you can hear properly if you use stereo mode. I should probably have a split for like the scale or something in here. This is way long between splits. You know what, let's get another spare. Excuse me, sir. I believe you mean Moeep. Okay, so right here is where you're gonna see me, like, intentionally delay the load of a group of fish. So to kind of see all these fish spawn in as I get in front of them, like that, so that I don't have to really try to get them. They're always going to be right there. I guess Glitchless 100% has the one benefit of you can get a fish before going up there. Because you'd have a bottle by this point. Or I guess technically you'd have two by this point. It's gonna be like a 15-minute split, jeez. Yeah, maybe I should put something else in just to, if I bother ever actually running this. Okay, so realistically, this is the only room you'd need the slingshot in. But you can just do that. I don't know if I remember my way through this dungeon. We're gonna find out. I say that almost every time I play this game, and I don't seem to like forget too much about it though. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yeah. Did she just turn while she was sitting? Please no. Only one. Yeah, I haven't played not Master Quest in this game for like 2 years-ish. Maybe longer. Your autocorrect corrected Rudo to Ruva? I'm pretty sure Ruva's not a word either. I should be backwalking. I don't know the backwalk for this room. I'm not gonna try it. Guess that's something to learn if I bother playing this game. Nailed that one. Oh, I should have nuts on it. Okay, I should bring Rudo in here for future. Got it. So the reason I should bring Rudo in here for future is I can't use my dimmed buttons when Navi is talking to me. And because I have my nuts on a touchscreen button, that meant I couldn't use them. Did I see hearts? I did. I'll grab these just in case. Yeah, I forgot to split. Said I'm probably going to. Like, every time. I'll maybe remember the dungeon ones, but I'll probably forget every single item split. Probably gonna mess this up. It's actually a really hard trick. Oh, especially if he wants to target that guy. Alright, we'll go for the slow way. I forget to split. I'm gonna forget to split after so many things. Yeah, I was too late on that one. Alright, we'll get this. Oh, I pulled that bomb earlier than I wanted. I'm too far. This one's not gonna work. It's alright, I'm not too worried about this run in particular. So I should do this, just in case my bomb count gets low. This one should be okay. Or not. I would have lost too much health for that one. It's really difficult because, like, I'm used to the timing based on my movement in Master Quest, and I have to set up this trick slightly differently. Oh, stop. I just want to target the switch. Navi, do your job. I didn't hit the home button. I missed it. That would have been fine if I would have hit the home button. I have to hit R and the home button at like the same time. So I have to like put my hand in a weird way. I think I went too early again. Yeah. We'll get it eventually. I can lose like 4 minutes trying to do this trick and it's still faster than going the other way around. Since Navi can't target... I went way too soon on that one. I also missed the home button again, so I'm not high enough. Okay. We'll get this eventually. Got him. What? That should have been fine. We'll get it eventually, team. I could be a cheater and do it with a mega flip. But that's a glitch. But it's also way easier. See, that's the setup I use for Master Quest. and it's a lot easier for me, probably just because I'm used to it. So this is a frame perfect trick. It's kind of hard to do. It technically requires 2 frame perfect inputs. And with the 3DS Ocarina of Time running at 30 FPS, it's harder than it would be. There we go. In the N64 version. Oh, I threw that right. Oh, come on. Get up. I don't trust that guy. I've never really practiced this trick either. Dang it. Oh, come back here. You don't have to actually go up there to hit that switch. I feel like I'm jumping too late on the first jump. The first time I went too early and the boomerang just went forward. So maybe if I go like... Oh, I rolled. So maybe if I do like... There we go. Okay, so if you do Baronade right, you can actually kill it very quickly. You can kind of just like skip through the first... Well, not the first phase. You can skip through the second and third phase, rather. So we'll see if I mess it up. I should be okay. I don't usually mess it up. I messed it up. And we got the phase 3 skill, I guess. What? I saw that hit you, dude. Don't lie to me. So, when Baronade's in the ground like this, it'll reset the cycle automatically if you take damage. So you see me roll into it because there's a thing in Ocarina of Time called roll invincibility, where during your roll animation you can, you actually don't take damage through part of it. So it's timing my rolls, I rolled into him to trigger the game thinking I took damage even though I didn't, to reset the phase faster. Stereo also lets me hear the blue warp there. So even if you skip the heart container in here, you can't actually teleport out until Rudo fully spawns in. So you actually don't lose time by grabbing that heart container at all. 110 Jabu. How awful. I'm gonna try to get quick Rudo. It's really hard, so I probably won't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it. If you close the first 2 text boxes when Rudo's talking to you, on the first frame they're active, she'll actually start swimming and doing this animation even while she's still talking to you. It's kind of cool. And the way you close, so you have to, if you saw in the second box there, it closed instantly. If you hit B on the first frame that a box is active, it'll cancel out immediately. It's an unfortunate speed tech in my opinion. I thought I heard the X button hit like 3 times in that song, but I guess not. I don't know. Maybe I'm going crazy. Okay. I don't need Din's Fire before Adult in this run. Hopefully I remember that when I get over there. If I were doing this the way that people like to do it at the marathon without save and quits, I would probably get this before Jabu. But because save and quit is so good in this game, and it's so fast in 3D. So, here's a cool thing for you. If you are trying to get back to the start of a dungeon, in 3D the save quit is so fast, it's faster to save quit than it is to use Follower's Wind if you're going to the beginning of the dungeon. Is the game only putting out left audio only? That might be part of it. I'll have to look at what's going on then. Okay. I'll fix it for next time. I altered the audio setup slightly so that I could not have an audio delay, so I could actually play the game properly. So that might be what's messing it up. I know a workaround that could work, it's just going to be a little more janky. But I don't have the stuff at my disposal right now to do a quick fix. No, I don't think so. Because I'm pretty sure I heard that blue warp in Jabu out of my right headphone. Unless I'm wearing these backwards. I can't tell. Pretty sure I'm not, though. Yeah, I hear audio out of both. I think it's because I have a thing, it's called a ground loop isolator. Because if I plug in the stereo audio into my mixer without it, you guys would hear this low humming throughout when there's quiet parts in the game, like this very low buzzing noise, and it drives me insane, so I don't want to subject you guys to that. So that might just be cutting out some of the tones somehow. I feel like if I bother playing this category, it'll eventually get to the point that it's a 3-hour run. Actually, maybe 4. I would probably still grab the one after Jabu, because A, I'd have to damage boost to get there for the Octo skip, and B, like I said before, you don't really lose any time, unless Baronade dies on the complete opposite side of the room. Oh, my 3DS is gonna die. I thought I had it plugged in. Saved it. So the cool thing here, you can just backwalk and fall like right into the moat. And you connect as soon as you get this cutscene. As soon as the cutscene's over, you can actually backwalk and you'll end up right in Hyrule Market. If I can't do this song well, then I'm just having a bad song day. Master Quest really trained me at being quick with this song because it's like you play it so many times. Though thankfully, I found a way in the route to skip like the most obnoxious room in Master Quest, where you have to play the song a time 3 different times in specific spots, and it's really stupid. Yeah, piss, can you hear me? Hey, nailed it. First try song of time. You'll never see that in a run again. Just kidding. It's the easiest trick in the game, guys. Come on. Don't get too excited. I might go back to Master Quest eventually. I'm thinking it might be fun to submit it to GDQ, but I don't think it'd get in, but I think I might submit it. Oops. Guys, I didn't get Inspire. We made it. Making it in the world. Oh my gosh, the stones are gonna go on the pedestal in the right order this time. So used to seeing it backwards. So to my understanding, I'm not the kind of person that can like really look through a game's code and understand most of it. But to my understanding, the only thing that actually flips the maps in Master Quest is one line of code. So by removing that line of code, it supposedly loads the maps properly, but the game, like, I'm gonna try something here. Hey! That's probably slower than just going around. But I believe the game checks every time you load a zone if that line of code exists. So even if you delete it, it's going to come back the next time you go into a new area. Or not delete it, rather, but change it to a 0 instead of a 1. That Master Sword time is like 12 minutes slower than my Master Quest Master Sword. That's disgusting. Oh man, at the end of the game, this guy's gonna say, "Curse you, piss." It's gonna be great. Beaten by this kid. Piss. When Lake Hylia is filling up, Sheik's gonna be like, "Look at that piss." What a good name. Well, that was Mossy's. I just asked for a file name, and he happened to be in chat, and he told me to name it Piss. I was just like, whatever. I don't care. I feel like I remember someone saying, I don't know if this is true, but for most games, you generally want to have a one-character file name if you're trying to go fast, so it loads less text. But I feel like I remember someone saying, if it's 4 characters or less for Ocarina of Time 3D, it's the same speed no matter what. Maybe I'm misremembering something. So, like, realistically, I think anything less than 4 characters is going to technically be fast. Oh yeah, I also don't have a shield, for those of you wondering. And I don't have a shield because there's a mechanic that exists that having a shield would be good for in the N64 version that doesn't exist in this one. And because of that, the time it takes to get a shield just isn't worth it. I couldn't do the combat throughout the game without it. And if I do it right, anyway, I should still have a shield for the Spirit Temple and the Shadow Temple. Oh, I don't think I changed my splits. I'm gonna do Spirit Temple first, so these splits might look wrong. I think I have them listed with Shadow first, because I pretty much just went off my Master Quest splits. But I'm gonna do Spirit first. But I'm pretty sure it's still gonna show Shadow first in here. Yeah, I'll just fix them later. Because you don't need the hover boots at all for Spirit Temple. But in Master Quest, there's a trick that requires the hover boots to do, and it saves about 2 minutes of time, so very much worth it. Sheik's okay. I like Sheik's theme a lot, honestly. I think this is a really good song. Yo, what a backwalk. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh, that was weird. I've never really heard they were planning to add Sheik into Twilight Princess. That's a bad line. So unfortunately, the stick on this, the circle pad rather, on this 3DS is not so good anymore. So it's harder for me to do the quick turnarounds and actually stay on the path I was following than it should be. Well, this isn't Master Quest. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen a few more times, honestly. Let's see if I can do this setup again. I used to know how, I forgot how. Hey! It doesn't matter too much for this one. It saves a little bit of time. It actually matters a lot for Master Quest because I want a Death Warp I would want to Death Warp very shortly. And being one heart less makes it easier. Oh! Real. Do I go right? I think I go right. Yeah! Oh. There we go. Again, that's technically faster than seeing the ledge climb animation, but it messed up. Maybe a 52 hook shot. Nice. Not really, actually. I don't ever want anything over 50. So right here, I'm actually going to trigger this door and then get back into this room so that it closes with me inside and it will void me out like that because it's way faster than playing the Song of Time to get out of here. That's also really helpful in Master Quest because it gets if I did everything right, I'd be at like 2 hearts right now, I think. Assuming I didn't get hit by Dante. I don't know equips. Sure, we'll go with these. Why not? This feels okay. Oh, camera. Oh, camera. Probably don't need the Deku Nuts. Probably don't need Flower's Wind either. But I didn't have anything else useful. Because there's no way I need a bottle. Actually, I guess I... if I didn't do magic first, you know what? I'm gonna get these hearts when, if I didn't get magic already, going Ice Cavern first wouldn't be, like, terrible. I don't know the timing for this. Let's pull it now. Yo! Can't believe that worked. Yeah, what a name. I am pissed, hear me roar. How did I get a quick draw there? What? There's a cool trick I could do here to save a little bit of time, but I don't know what my bomb count needs to be, so I'm not gonna do it this run. But if I were to use a bomb right there and damage myself while I was pulling that statue, the statue would keep moving, and I could go behind it while it was still moving. And because I wouldn't have to sit there through the whole pulling animation. But I don't know how many bombs I actually need to finish this run. So I'm gonna play it a little safer for now. Oh yeah, I forgot to split. No, like I said, I'm gonna forget a lot of these. Because I'm trying to process what I need to be doing next. Because this route, the adult route, is very different than what it is in Master Quest. For example, I'm doing Fire Temple first instead of third. Just name all your characters Piss from now on. Used to being in a voice chat. Yeah, all my company left me. Let's go for this recoil jump again. Here we go. Nailed it! Let's see. I believe the Goron's gonna be on the left then, right? I don't know if I remember this dungeon. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. Okay. Sick bonk. Yeah, I'm getting kind of sleepy. I think I'll be able to finish this run though. Assuming I don't like choke. Do I go left first? I feel like I go left first. I'm going left first, guys. I'm sorry if it's wrong. Yeah, I think this is right. Oh, nice bonk. Maybe I should go. Thanks for fixing yourself like you should have, camera. Appreciate it. Maybe I should go hijack the bot and put a command for like a bonk counter in. Nice. Sick damage. It's not that the bot's broken, it's that the person who's like in charge of it doesn't want to give it to us, I guess. I don't know. I'm not technically in charge of that crap, so. I probably should have hopped there, actually. Nice. No, red tuning is like the worst tuning in this game. Kind of glad I eliminated it from Master Quest runs. But I still need it for this one. Because I'm doing Fire Temple so early. Can I just jump up here? That'd be cool. Oh, I can. Nice. Let's see if I can do this jump. Actually, I think I want to line it up this way. Nope, not like that. Alright, look at this. I don't need your magic drop though, but you're gonna annoy me. Dang it. Ooh, that's not good. Okay. I think I need to go a little more right so he doesn't try to short hop like that. Or that was too far right. Blue tunic's cool, but it's useless. Yeah, run away. What if I line up here? Oh, I almost had it. I know I can make this without moving the block, but maybe it's worth it to push it one time. I know I've made it without pushing it. Push it once. Yeah, that's way easier. Maybe I'll just do it that way from now on. It's not technically as fast as it could be, but if I can get it like that every time by doing that, I might as well. Sick bonk. Oh, Boulder Maze? I don't know if I remember Boulder Maze. Let's go right first. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, okay. No, that wasn't Master Quested. I literally don't go in this room in Master Quest. That's why I don't know it. Uh-oh! Oh! Oh, these only do a quarter heart! Ow! Probably doesn't mean I should run into them, though. Okay. I think that's all the keys I need out of here. Hello? Door? There's a cool swag trick for you guys. Just kidding. I jumped way too soon. Okay, I think I go right in here. It's like in Master Quest, I don't even go in half the rooms. I'm not even where I thought I was. Not even close. What a video game! Now we're going where I thought I was. I'm gonna get this just in case. Yeah, I never really had the Game Shark kind of stuff either. That really helped. This is where I need to go. So collision in this game is really good. I really hope that's enough bombs. Can't imagine it wouldn't be. Thanks. I didn't mean to grab it there. So if you grab that in the corner, you can actually climb up while the thing is dying. But I messed it up. Uh-oh. That may have been too soon. Here we go. Okay. That's way easy. It's probably actually faster to delay that bomb by a second or so, though. I'm not brave enough to roll. Good call. I probably would have forgotten the split again. Hey! That was rude. There's a way to do this jump. Is it like this? Heh. Avoided that text trigger. This has to be right. Also, I would like to point out that I tried to crouch attack with my hammer, and I can't because I don't have a shield. I'm just gonna get that magic. I don't know what my magic needs to be for this run either. All the small things that people don't realize about speedrunning these games. You wouldn't go way over there. Yeah, the chest is his bombs, I think. Oh, what a fatty. Oh, I didn't want to get up that. But I guess we'll take... No, 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 no! Go away, jerk. So here's a cool trick. Oh, that's not right. Cut on your foot. I feel like that would annoy me. So here's a fun fact about that trick. I first saw that trick done at a GDQ event, and the first time I ever tried it was at the Zelda Dungeon 2016 marathon. I'd never tried it in my life, and I got it the very first try. So, yeah, that's Ravagio. 0 air phase. Super easy with the Goron Tunic, in my opinion. But this fight is way more stressful for me on Master Quest because I don't have a Galante. Actually not going to get this heart container because it takes forever to spawn. Though maybe I should have, because I haven't practiced this run at all and I already skipped the one in Deku Tree. Yeah, that goes through a bunch of different names. Fairy Bow, Hero Bow. I think there's another one it has, too. But yeah, it always has the... Well, it's funny. I'm pretty sure in Link to the Past, if you don't have any arrows, it actually just calls it the bow in your inventory. And then if you do, I believe it calls it the bow and arrows. Yeah, Breath of the Wild has a bunch of different names for the bows, so we're not going to count that one. You got your Lionel bows, you got your whatever bows. All the bows. You know what? I want a time if Magic is Child is faster actually now. Maybe. I don't know if I want to run this category seriously. Oh, sick. That's what I wanted. Damn it. This song. This song is destroying me today. Do I go right or left? It's left. Wow, I can't believe that just happened. Come on, whatever. Do the back up. There's a faster way to do that. It looks really cool. But I don't practice it enough to ever really get it in a run. Unfortunately. Yeah, because in the original Legend of Zelda, you had to buy the arrow, and then your arrow cost, it was just a rupee, was your ammunition, pretty much. Which is interesting. Let's see if I can pull off Forest Temple swag today. I feel like this run is still on sub 430 pace though. Which is kind of sad considering all the crap I've messed up. How's it going, Ducky? I love this song because I can just slide my thumb all over the place. I don't think I end up... I think the only... I'm pretty sure I don't play this or Bolero outside of the cutscene itself. And... I play Serenade once, I think I play Nocturne once, and I'll play Requiem twice. I'll play Prelude once. Nice. Well, if I do Forest Temple right, it shouldn't be too bad. I was really scared of this tree for some reason. I've walked this tree a billion times, and it was intimidating that time. Spirit. Is the Spirit Temple music any different? I think Fire Temple is the only music that changes between games. So, it's possible with glitches to, like, avoid getting this key, technically. I don't know why I started with that guy. But, if you do that, since these Stalfos are technically below the room with the bow in it, they count for the counter of, like, are all the Stalfos in the room dead? And you can't get the bow if these two are dead. I was trying to explain things, so that wasn't a really good Stalfos fight. Oh, camera. Okay, camera, calm down. Okay, so I think it was Corbin last time. But notice this, there's a time block right there. Normally you get rid of that time block. But I'll show you, because you were confused why there was a time block somewhere. But it's that same time block, it's just loaded in two separate rooms. But normally you unload it from this side and go through the door. But since I'm not going to do that, it will still be in the other room. Yeah, I thought so. I couldn't remember though. Let's go for the swag jumps again here. I don't remember how to do this block puzzle normally. I think I can just set this up and then go up, right? Or do I still need to pull the other one first? I don't remember. I'm gonna go up and see what happens. Okay, I did need to move this one first. Oh well. Okay, so for future, I do need to climb the ladder first in this version too. I think I'll do better at that trick this time around. I think I figured it out. Yo, thanks, Hydrated Bot. Wait. This isn't Master Quest. I don't know why. Like, this trick isn't like that impressive. But I still think it's really cool. If I can do it. Yeah, I went the wrong way to do this block maze. If I play this game enough, I'm very confident I could beat it in under 4 hours, glitchless, but I don't know that I'll grind it enough to do that. Let's preemptively do this before I get rid of all my bombs again. Except we're gonna nail it first try this time. Told you. The best. I think I'm gonna want these Deku Nuts. I don't know how many I have, or how many I'm gonna want. Go left. Yeah, boy! Oh, I should have had nuts equipped. Whatever. I'm still not at the fairy bow, yo. We still gotta get another key first. You know, I will not lie. Until just then, I didn't know the hookshot killed those things. I meant to land on the ground. Wait, I want those. Just in case. I enjoy speedrunning because it taught me a lot about the games that I do speedrun. And I enjoy that knowledge. That's not a good angle. I hate this stuff so much. Jump at me. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna get this heart right here. I'm gonna also get this heart right here. Fill up that fat health. Okay. Last time. Really? I'm gonna say, that's a first. Last time I forgot to grab the key out of here, because in Master Quest, you don't get a key from defeating these guys. And I always forget. didn't forget this time. I really hope I'm doing this dungeon properly, because I honestly don't know. Yeah, I think I am. I believe I shoot this bad boy. Get the boss key and go back. Sick bonk. I need to jump to the right because this is not Master Quest. Nailed it. Okay. I actually want her to end near the staircase. I missed. Okay, so maybe don't fight her on the staircase. I don't think the jump attack will connect. She's up too much higher than me. It would be cool to push her up the staircase, so let's save some time. I wonder if it'd be faster to, like, use a jump slash first to push her back, then an arrow to push her up to the landing, and then another jump slash to finish it. Oh, come on, should have grabbed that. You can probably go for that left platform if you're really fast, but I think it's something I would want to practice before doing. Open the door, don't roll at it. I like that in Master Quest you can one-cycle this floor thing. If you somehow, like, don't complete this puzzle in time, I'm pretty sure if you shoot the painting again, it, like, gives you more time to do it. But it's generally better to just leave and reset all the blocks. Come over here. Arrows. Yeah. I think this dungeon went a lot better than it did last time I streamed. Ow. Did I hit two of them? What the hell? Thanks, camera. Too bad that didn't count for 2 hits. That would have been legit. I would have definitely, you clipped it. I was gonna say, I would have definitely clipped it to see what the hell happened. Figure out how that strat worked, because that would have been cool. Yeah, but it didn't count as like an actual double hit, so it's not like that important. She still took 5 shots. If it would have been done in 4, I definitely would have been like, I need to watch that and see what happened, because if you can replicate that, you could kill her in 3 cycles instead of 5. Which would, you know, obviously be faster. Oh, just wait. She likes that. If I don't mess up this boss is a real cool strat. I hate this door. I have to hit A like 30 times to get the damn thing to open. Yeah, you have to touch... I'm pretty sure it's like the carpet area is where the trigger is to cause this cutscene. And then try to leave, obviously. Did I do Ice Cavern last time I streamed this? I think I went to Ice Cavern and then I quit. Someone quit. There's something weird with the audio. Usually I can tell which one it is just by the audio. But not today. I messed it up immediately. Whatever. That was weird. Thanks for the side hop game. Why are you side hopping? Maybe. I'll look at it before I stream next time. This is just like, this was a very impromptu stream. I was just like, I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks. I should actually stream because I haven't for probably about a week and a half already. I think I'll get this heart container too, just to be safe. Ideally, if I bother learning this game for realsies, I was holding Master Quest directions to get to this heart container. It'll probably end up being like a 4-heart run or something. Maybe 5. My Master Quest run started as 11, went to 10 pretty much immediately, and then they're 9-heart run now, just because of the double damage and that I don't get a Goron tunic in it. Because believe it or not, getting the Goron tunic in the Master Quest route I use loses like at least 30 seconds. No, this is my favorite part because I'm just gonna sit here and mash A and B while this punk tree tells me I was adopted by Big Daddy Tree. The Great Daddy Tree. Oh yeah, he tells me my parents are dead too. Like, by the way, your parents are dead and we adopted you. So I've been working a ton lately, and tomorrow is my only day off for like a, what, 15 day period? And it sucks, because I'm moving on Saturday. So I need to like get the rest of my crap packed. It's also why I couldn't really stream any other game. I have all my consoles put away. Yeah. I'll still be streaming again, I'm just moving. I'll save money. No. Oh, Master Quested. Woo. That was a bad aim. We'll just do it manually. We should make a Master Quested emote, even though it's only relevant to me playing this one game. Wait. Haha. So here's another example of a jump slash prevents me from climbing up a ledge. I really hope you guys can't hear my neighbors because they're being very loud right now. That's good. I don't know what my nut count should be, so I'm gonna get some these nuts. That wasn't a good idea for a back walk, honestly. I think I lost time on that. When I first started playing Master Quest, I named my final split D's Nuts because the fastest way to kill Ganon in the first phase is with Deku Nuts. And there was a guy that came into my chat who legitimately got upset by my final split name being D's Nuts. Oh, how'd I mess that up? Come on. Don't make me do it the long way. I don't know how I messed that up. That's super easy to do. Okay, let's see. I probably want the... I think that's all I need, actually. Oh! That's probably this. Are you serious? Hey! Oh, you know, I'll get those. Hey, stop it! Oh. Probably don't need those hearts. I feel like 6 hearts is more than enough to finish this category, honestly. Especially if I do that. You know what? I probably want to get that ruby last. Yeah, I bet I want to get that ruby last. Probably want to actually cycle clockwise around that way. Okay. Don't freeze me, bro! Oh, I think you can. I think I did it last time on accident. I'm pretty sure you can like use the hop to grab the ledge. Shoot, is it this one? I really hope it's this one. I think I did it right. Yeah, we good. You didn't see that. That was cool. Come back here. Yo, killed him. Worth. He dropped a heart on my frozen body. That was, yeah, that was... targeted the wall weird. Yeah, I mean, ice enemies are no trouble at all. Ha 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 ha! Okay. Let's try here. Yo, that worked. That's cool. Legit setup. Routing on the fly, baby. Oh! Jump slashed way too late for that one. This is a bad lineup. Yep, knew it. That was a bad one too. Actually, that was me holding the stick badly. Oh, don't make me do this the dumb way. You know, there's probably an easier way to do this. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can just do this. Ha! Sick. That was close. Let's try again. Let's try from here. Nope, that's too far over. I feel like this can work. Probably just holding the stick wrong. There we go. Cool. That's actually way easy when you have setups for those. I broke that thinking I needed a heart. Right. We'll pretend like I split on time. It was close enough. I ain't too worried about it. Realistically, if I run this game that split, all these splits will be beaten eventually. I don't know that I will run this game, though. Maybe I'll see how this run goes and be like, I'll sub for it, and then call it a day. Kind of want to get back to Link to the Past. I just don't have it here. Well, it's technically here. It's just boxed up right now. Yeah, it's used for the Queen. I don't remember her name anymore. They reuse a lot of songs. Like Zelda's Lullaby. Reused from A Link to the Past. I want those. I don't think I actually need those. Pretty sure if I can do the water temple properly, I don't actually need the bow at all. Okay, Master Quest, let's see. Master Quest, I flick left. No, I flick right and jump left. So this one I want to flick left and jump right. Actually, I think this is right. This feels right. No, I'm going the right way. I think I'm going to save here in case I mess this trick up. I haven't done it in a while, and it's actually kind of tricky. I was going to say pretty hard, but it's not actually hard once you understand how it works. Oh, you know what? These are the equips I want. Okay, I'm gonna do a trick called a side hop gainer, where I'm gonna go sideways, but I'm gonna transfer the momentum to go forward. Well, that's why we save, because I messed it up immediately. There's a way to do it with a home buffer, but I don't like doing it that way, because it's slow. It is faster than falling, though. I'm also used to going the other direction with this, so it feels a little different to me. I'm used to doing the gainer going to the right, not the left, from Master Quest. Did they add stuff on this version? I know they added the, color coding to help people not get lost. And I know the key most people miss, they made a specific cutscene so that you don't miss it. Okay, let's try this again. Hmm? There we go. So basically what I did there was transfer my side hop momentum to go forward. So that I landed down here. We'll see if this is right. I think there's a key in here. I hope there's a key in here. again, it's faster to just save and quit to get to the beginning of a dungeon than it is to use Far's Wind. It also doesn't cost me magic to save and quit, whereas Far's Wind would be... we'd be dumping magic in this dungeon. See, it's gonna be on the left. I don't know the setup for this, so we're gonna learn on the fly. Yeah, but this time it actually saves a ton of time. I don't have to get a key that takes forever to get. I don't have to raise the water 30 different times. What? Get out of my life. Camera, please stop doing whatever it is you're doing. That looks good. I trust this one. Hey! So this way, I completely avoided going down the central pillar. Because I was able to get over there to raise the water level back to the top. I can't hook shot. Failed it. You want to see some trickery in this room too, ladies and gentlemen? Too bad, you're going to anyway. What are you doing, camera? Right, I don't have a long shot. Also, this guy. Yo, 6 spike. Probably don't need that magic. Did you guys see me walk on that spike? It was pretty legit. Interesting. Alright. I guess I'm throwing it the way I usually do in Master Quest. Maybe that's affecting it. I literally remembered to split at the last possible second. So you can actually avoid the Navi text box here by just walking by the wall. My equips are so bad this playthrough. Oh, get out of there. Oh, I lied. I do need the bow. I just don't need it for the other key. Oh, I needed bombs again. Why did I equip decadence? I need bombs for this next trick. So let's do this, but let's do this because I'm more comfortable with that. Oh no! What? Alright, I don't know the setup for this either, so here's another learning process. What? No! I'm pretty sure that works. Did I just mess it up? I don't trust you. I'm gonna try one more time. I feel like that works. Yeah, I'm just bad. Yo, first try. Don't even know a setup for that. Literally, first try. No, put on the boots. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Saves you quite a bit of time because now I don't have to go through that room where you like have to raise the water and deal with the stingrays. Yeah, you can do that. I do it in Master Quest a few times too. It's like very specifically the boomerang chest. I do it every time. You bonk it and you open it like at the same time. You know, I don't know. I thought to myself, this will be a really decent first run if I'm done with Water Temple by 2.5 hours. So I'm like 8-ish minutes behind what I thought I could possibly do. But thinking back on it, I don't really know how to do a lot of these tricks. I've just seen them done. And I'm going off of that. Wow, that's like the second worst place you could have spawned. Morph is hard, guys. I can tell you for a fact Mossy's learned that from watching me. I mean, it's been around. I'm not the one that developed that strat. It's just how... I know that's how Mossy's learned. So let's see. Not Master Quest, so the Architator should be here. Yeah! You can do quick spins. Doing it that way makes sure it stays in the corner, though. The quick spin hurt box can push it out of the corner, I've realized, which is why I don't do it. If you just do rhythmic vertical slashes, it's pretty much guaranteed to stay in the corner unless your positioning's pretty bad. Yeah, I'm going to. My splits are technically messed up. So it's still going to show Shadow first, but I am going to do Spirit first. So my hover boot split is going to be my probably big key. Because if I do this right, I should be getting the Mirror Shield as a child in this run, assuming I don't mess it up. It's not really worth setting up a backup Far Worse Wind for, though, because I think it'll only lose me like 30 seconds if I mess it up. Versus Master Quest, I don't do this trick anymore because I found a faster route that I don't need it for. But Master Quest, getting the shield as a child saved like 2 minutes almost. Oh, here we go. Sheik's gonna be like, look at that piss. I won't mash through it, I'll let you guys admire it. I don't remember what box it is though. I think it might be this one, the next one. Nope. 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 Here we go. Look at that piss. Quality. Okay. Let's hope I don't get lost or mess up Wasteland because everything's backwards from what I remember. This might be the hardest part to do properly. Because all my visual cues are going to be totally backwards. Oh, I don't need fire arrows. So good. Hello? Wow, there's so many items you can skip in this versus Master Quest. It's great. Let's see if I can get this ledge grab properly. Nailed it. Small optimizations. Add up. Ooh, this might be a really good line. Maybe not. I changed my mind, it's not. Oh! Wow, it worked out! I believed. You just gotta believe. Yeah. I've thought about learning Wind Waker Glitchless one of these days, but then I realized I don't want to learn Wind Waker Glitchless. So I don't do it. I've had a lot of people ask me to learn Wind Waker Glitchless because they don't like Blake talking about it, though. Fun fact, my first ever 340 in Master Quest got caught by the guards here. Shit, did I jump right? Nope. I might get caught again. Yeah, I got caught because I went right. It's alright though. Yeah, I got master quested, so I went the wrong way. Because I like way overthought it. But that's like a 40-second time loss. Just from that. But it's okay. Wait, where the hell am I going? There we go. Back on track. Oh, they wouldn't know the character's name. That wouldn't make sense. So I actually kind of want them to, oh my god, guard my stab attack. Because if they're not up on this ramp and they guard, they sit there for long enough that I can get a guaranteed jump slash in. Yeah, I definitely don't need this much health for this. For normal quest anyway. Yeah, I take like a really stupid way through here to get through quickly. I don't even have to like be careful on this fight to get this much health. In Master Quest, I have to be so careful because there's like no health to pick up in here. They do a heart of damage. Oops. I think I only have 6 or 7 health when I come through here on Master Quest. You can quick spin it. I need to go left here. Okay. Ooh, that would have sucked. You can quick spin, it's just a little slower. There's actually a really cool strat I could do if I had a shield, but I don't. So I'm not gonna do it, obviously. There's a strat where you can get him trapped behind the torch. But you need a shield to be able to damage him if you do it that way. Game. Damn it. One day. Six side hop. Will you get away from the door? Anybody know this chick's name? Does she have a name? I feel like she has to have a name. I went out the wrong door. Actually, you know what? It's probably faster to go out that door. Thanks, game. I think that one has a name. Her and Naburu, I think, are the only two that have names. But I don't know for sure. She might not. Alright, let's hope I can do this A in the day, and B on regular quest. All my visual cues are going to be different. Sick bunk. Oh my god, the sand was like sinking me as I was shooting, so it was lowering my hook shot. Alright, here we go. Let's see if I can do this. Nailed it. Oh, really, camera? That actually wasn't as bad as I was thinking it might be. I think that's definitely easier to do at night, though, than it is at day. Maybe it's just because I'm used to doing it at night, though. Oh, come on. Woo! I'm gonna really try to not lose my shield, because it'll make the final trick in Spirit Temple easier. Alright, see you later, Corbin. I mean, this isn't, like, a good time in my opinion, but I'm not doing as poorly as I thought this could go. just want to get it. Yeah. Probably not worth it. Actually, definitely not worth it. So I will play this song a total of 1 time in the run. Because as Adult Link, it is faster to save warp than to play the Prelude of Light in the 3DS version. This should be under 4.5 hours, though, at this pace, I think. I've had some practice with them, Taylor. Though I've messed up Saraya's song every time, or Saria, or however you want to pronounce it. Wait. I need Din's Fire. Well, thank you, sir. I sometimes mess up Serenade and Nocturne because I actually go too fast. So, like, you can hear all the notes properly, but the game doesn't register one of the inputs. I don't know how it works like that, because you can, like, hear it, but it doesn't give you credit for playing it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was hard. Oops, nice. Can't believe I almost forgot this. Now, this is going to be a pretty lengthy split too, actually. Yo, thanks, Hydrated Bob. You're my biggest fan. Let's see, I think I want this and this. Oops. Okay. So I'm gonna try to do early Mirror Shield. I haven't had to do it for a while, so I may not be able to. But hopefully I get it so you can see what it is. So for this, you have to pick the third option, and then picking the second option gives you a couple fewer text boxes. I believe there are fire keys in here that I can lose my shield immediately. Nice. Wait, did he drop bombs? I should check. He did. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a Stalfos in this room. I'm gonna really hope there's a Stalfos in this room. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I keep hitting the wrong button. Come on, you nerd. Why would you hook left? Now you're gonna hook right, aren't you? I don't want this. That boomerang locked on. That's okay, Manny. You know what? I'm actually going to save magic here. I think. So you can actually light these torches all the way over here. Which means I don't need to collect silver rupees and waste time. So that Stalfos respawns is interesting. I did not know that. Wait. Ha, useful. Less useful, but still useful. Isn't there another one? Okay. Yeah, I've never cared to celebrate Halloween too much myself. Oh, this room. I don't think I need to do the rupees if I have Din's Fire. That was interesting. Damn, son. Yo, super bomb drop. Okay, I think I can do that, and then leave. Maybe do this one. I hope I'm right. I don't remember. Pretty sure if I pull from this side, the Beamos can't hit me too. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't even see it. Even better. for cheeky strats. I feel like Child Spirit is way faster in this version than it is in Master Quest. Alright, the next 4 splits aren't going to technically be right. Because I'm going to do Spirit first. It just kind of like... I just forgot to change the last 2 dungeons on the way. From when I redid this from Master Quest. Because Shadow first is faster in Master Quest. But in this one it doesn't technically matter. Alright, there we go. Gonna try early Mirror Shield. It is possible to get to the Mirror Shield as a child, if I don't mess it up. Oh my goodness, there we go. I messed it up. Oh well. I tried. I think my second jump slash was too late. Dang it. So, not getting the early Mirror Shield isn't like a huge time loss. I think it's less than a minute, but it basically saves me a Dark Nut fight and having to backtrack through like 2 rooms in the Spirit Temple. So it's not a huge deal to miss it. It's not like a run ender or anything like that. I guess if it was, I probably would have used Farmer's Wind number before to make sure I had another try at it. It would be nice to have the Mirror Shield going in the Spirit Temple. I believe this side is magic. Yeah. Hello? I don't know if I actually need that though. Sick fuck. Saw that coming. Woo, that guy went sailing. I don't want to target that. Play it the right way then. Fine. I did this wrong. I was supposed to go get Nocturne Shadow first. Also, I don't know why I did that. Oh well, this run is bad. Can I hit them all from like right here? Not even close. Guess if I probably moved to here, I'd probably hit them all. Yeah, I bet that would hit them all. So you don't have to come this way if you get the early mirror shield. I actually don't want to time these splits because of forgetting Nocturne. Actually, I wonder if getting Nocturne before is faster. It has to be. Pretty sure I timed it in Master Quest. That's probably where I'll end up putting that split. Is that key? Because I need that key no matter what. Whoa! Oh, come on. Come on, guy. Don't be like that. Is it 4 side hops? Apparently.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. I'm starting to remember this game.
Fell asleep for 2 hours watching Family Feud.
Nice. I'm not the kind of person that can nap very easily like that.
I'm exhausted for some reason.
This is really stupid. Are you ready? Oh, I messed it up. Let's try this again.
You just open that chest?
Yeah. I've never done these tricks though, so I'm not 100% sure how they work. Oh, there we go. I've seen these tricks done, but I've never done them. So, Pretty solid way to get a big key. Not solve the puzzles at all.
This is not hover boots.
No. I said I guess you weren't here, but I had the splits messed up. You know what? I probably want that magic. I'm not getting it.
Do you think you're gonna, like, having played through most of this, are you gonna play it again?
I don't know. Honestly, it'd be nice to get it under 4 hours, I guess, but I don't know if I care that much about it. Master Quest was a lot of fun for me because I gotta, like, kind of route it, and no one had ever done it before. So it was really cool to figure out a lot of this stuff on my own. But this one, like, people have played and routed and stuff, so it's less fun for me. Where is the thing on this one? Here it is. But, I don't know. I said if this runs under 4.5, maybe I'll get it under 4. Because there's only one person ever who's had under 4 hours for this category, for this game. So that might be kind of cool. Shoutouts to Bouncing Magic.
Let me go take a look.
I don't think this run will be under 4 hours. I don't know though, because I know Shadow Temple is a lot longer in Master Quest than it is in this one. But I also messed up the route. I didn't go get Nocturne Shadow like I was supposed to. So that's gonna be slow. Wow, I've never had that blocked like that before.
Are you looking at like 430 territory?
I think this one can be under 430 for sure. This one might even be under 415, but I don't think it'll be under 4 on this run. But again, I don't know how long Shadow Temple actually is, and I don't know how well I remember Trials for this version. I do seem to recall Trials in this version are significantly easier than Master Quest, though. Except for maybe Forest. I think Water Trial takes longer in this version. Fire might... I don't know. It's gonna be tough. I think more of it's gonna come down to how well I remember Trials, because those are, like, completely different. But realistically, it actually could still be sub 4 right now. Which would be very sad, because there's been so many mistakes in this run.
The best time on this is only 3:57.
Yeah, like I said, there's only one person that has this under 4 hours. I'm just gonna skip through till their Spirit Temple will be the end of Shadow Temple, because I'm gonna technically be back on track of what I messed up. I also need to get rid of the Mirror Shield split. This early Mirror Shield. Child Mirror Shield, I don't know what to call it. It's a thing in this run again. Okay, so this fight's kind of RNG based on when they decide to shoot their beams. There's nothing you can do to speed up this first phase. You see me kind of long shot towards the one that's not shooting, because she'll use her dodge animation, which keeps her from moving away, so I can keep her in a spot that I want to shoot her. Or that I can shoot her, rather. That's unfortunate placement. So usually it takes 4 hits for this first phase, but if one of them charges up instantly like she just did, it's gonna actually take 5. Okay. You don't actually have to hit them with the 5th one either. They just have to go through the animation. Okay. So here I'm gonna do a little small optimization to make her move platforms faster than she normally would. Well, I messed it up on that one. She's gonna dodge my long shot and then move immediately. Ooh, almost messed that up.
There's nobody that has run 100% Master Quest.
Nope. There's only one person that's interested in it. I think he stopped playing this game for a while.
Who's next?
His name is Jemima. I think he ran Master Quest 80% for a bit, and Master Quest all dungeons even.
On the N64 version?
No, on the 3DS.
Oh, there's Jemima.
Yeah, the mirroring of this game turns a lot of people away from Master Quest. I actually don't... Like, going back to this one, I haven't had as much trouble as I anticipated. Like, Lost Woods, I have to seriously think about which way I'm gonna go. But outside of that, it's just, like, minor things here and there, sure, but overall, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
From a gameplay perspective, if you're watching it on mute, it is perfect.
Alright, I'm not gonna split until the end of Shadow Temple.
Are you gonna go back and add the splits after?
Probably not, because I need to go back and change these ones over, but going back to Adam, because I messed up the route, like getting Nocturne first, I'm supposed to get Nocturne before I go to Spirit Temple, because it is faster that way, but it's gonna cause this split to be like 2 minutes slower than what it should be, or than what it would be, technically.
Why is it faster?
Because it's faster to just walk to Kakariko once you get the Master Sword back from being a child than it is to warp here, then go and warp back, and then walk to Kakariko, because the warp song and animation takes so long. Like, because I messed up to Temple of Time, because I don't have a closer
Oh,
loop.
right. You spawn outside the Spirit Temple. Okay.
Yeah. So, because the warp songs actually take so long, and I wouldn't do this in a normal run, but it's because I messed up Nocturne, I'm actually going to save and quit after this, because save and quitting is actually faster than playing Prelude of Light and sitting through the animation. By about 2 seconds, even. Because this will put me right back at the Temple of Time. Like, that's how long the warp songs take. So you're supposed to get the Master Sword and then go straight to get Nocturne, and then you warp to Spirit Temple. Because then after you finish Spirit Temple, you warp straight to Shadow Temple. Yeah, I think if I were to run this back, like, immediately, it could be sub 4. Because most of the tricks I've done, I actually didn't know the setup, and quite literally figured out the setup while I've been playing. Welcome back. But this should still be under 4.5. Unless I really mess something up. I'm gonna pee as soon as I trigger the actual cutscene for this though, because it's so long. And I kinda need to pee. My hand is still slightly wet because I didn't dry it completely, but we made it.
By the way, what is New Game Plus on Ocarina 3D?
Hold on, my headset is jacked up. Okay, so I don't remember how you do it, but there's a way to like glitch an item onto your B button. That's what people consider New Game Plus. So like, New Game Plus for any percent. I think that's the only category because they've pretty much tried to get rid of it. But New Game Plus for any percent glitches far as wind onto your B button as soon as you start the game. So that you can just get magic and pretty much beat the game. But you don't have a sword, so you have to use like decker sticks and stuff for damage.
In other words, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's a category that not a lot of people actually like.
There was a extensions section, it would be in that.
Probably. They tried to actually just like get it off the leaderboard. Oh my goodness. So that's what I was talking about, Taylor. You can hear the note play twice, but it wasn't giving me credit for it, for the input.
Taylor, what do you currently run?
I think he means what games do you run that you're using Live Split for?
Yeah, for Live Split.
Right, in the wrong direction. So I found a way to actually one cycle Dead Hand in this game, and I need to really look into it because it didn't make sense to me. Oh, I jumped wrong way. Dang it, that's gonna cost me 3 cycles. I Could have done the 2 cycle strat, but I wanted to go for it. Yeah, I just need a... I have my Minish capsule somewhere from when I did it a couple months ago, I guess, at this point. Maybe it wasn't quite that long. Okay. If you've been around the whole time, you'll remember that I've said a few times, saving and quitting is ridiculously fast in this game. And it is actually, if you're going back to the start of a dungeon, it is faster than using Farmer's Wind. It is that fast. Also, luckily, without having the Lens of Truth, this Truth Spinner is much safer than it is in Master Quest. Because in Master Quest, it's not possible to have the the hover boots before you do this part. But in normal Glitchless, you can kind of just hover boots away if you get into trouble here. Because if you mess this up, a pit opens. I don't have the Lens of Truth to see which one's supposed to be right, because it is random. Well, random. It can only be 3 of 5 of these. But in Master Quest, you have to push this at a specific spot and side hop off of it, or you'll fall. Whereas with this one, as you can tell, I can just kind of walk away with the hover boots and be fine. So I know it's this last one for sure. I think this last one was supposed to be the first one I checked, because I think it's statistically the most likely, but I spun it the wrong way. Right, hover boots. Okay, so map room is on the right side. I don't want the map room. Okay, we're good. 6 side hop. Yeah, it's one of the back 3 every time. If I remember right, the one by the hover boots is statistically the most likely, and then I think it's the one that you go into that room with, and then I think it's the middle one. But, I mean, without the Lens of Truth, I can't really check, so I just have to guess until I get it right. Okay, there are Skulltulas in here. Oh, drop hearts. I could use some hearts. Yeah. You too? Oh, 2 for 2. Gonna go 3 for 3? Oh, sick. So, by hitting my hover boots and my action button on the same frame, I actually cancel out the hover boot animation. Oh, I went too far right. RIP! But it's useful because then I'm rolling instead of sitting through the hover boot animation. No, that wasn't Master Quest. I just missed the ledge I was aiming for. Because I don't think I can flip my camera on that particular instance, because I think it'll target the Stealthless if I do. There's a ledge here. I did it again, didn't I? Yep. I'm gonna try one more time and then I'll just do it on the stupid platform. This is a good thing I got those hearts. Let's try for more. Dang. These are all the luck. These all the luck. Dang it. I was holding my shield and that still hit me. What? Alright, last time I go for the sledge. There we go. It's not that hard. Still have health in him? Nice. My nose is very itchy. I would go for this hook shotless, but voiding out would really suck. I think this is right. I can't see the thing. Oh, nice, yeah. The young Link was... Oh, those were really hard to get. I think I ended up getting 2 eventually, actually, because they both... I was able to order one and find one at the store, like, the same day. I think the key pops out here every time. Hey! I believe I'm gonna need these. This is a bad position. Is the door on my left or right, team? Hey! My equips are so bad in here. I don't know how my magic's doing. So we'll just get some. Good plan. This dungeon went surprisingly well. This dungeon is so much shorter than in Master Quest. It's unbelievable. Really? Okay. Guess we won't play with the Stalfos. We'll do it the other way. There's an even better way to do it. Or that guy doesn't even spawn. But normally, you can sit up there and he can't actually hit you. I don't know how he did that time. Maybe it's because I was holding the shield. I don't usually use the shield and he whiffs, so maybe the shield sticks out far enough that he clipped it. But if you sit back here, they can't get you anyway. Because they don't spawn. I don't know why. Not that stuff us are that intimidating. I don't remember which doors I'm supposed to go through. I think it's diagonal. Okay, so it's this. Nope, not that way. Not that way. I think it's this door has the big key. Nope. Alright. So that's the useless circle. So I need to be going this way. You know, to be honest, I don't remember the doors for Master Quest. I just kind of do it out of muscle memory at this point for those ones. I couldn't tell you specifically which doors it is. It's probably diagonal for Master Quest, though. I mean, it would make sense that that's my natural inclination. Yo, I hope it looks like this guy has the key. Oh, dang. That would have been cool. So that means I need to get diagonal from here. Oh, I thought I could roll through it. Where's the third one? Oh, I got two of them with the first spin attack. It's probably faster to use that here, right? I imagine it is. That would have been amazing. Okay, so Master Quest, I go to the right in here, so I need to go left. Oh, I'm not gonna put the iron boots on. We're just gonna dunk on Bongo Bongo. Hold your sword straight up, though. What a champ. Look at him go. So, unless I somehow mess this up, I can make sure Bongo Bongo doesn't actually move at the start of this fight, which makes it really easy. Assuming I don't choke a one cycle anyway. Just like that. Nailed it. What a boss. forward right should be the heart container. Though I don't really need it. Are you guys ready for cutscenes? Yeah, you can actually... The only bosses you can't technically one-cycle are King Dodongo, Baronade, and Twin Rova. I guess with Big Goron Sword you can one-cycle Twin Rova, technically. Or Giant's Knife, even. As long as you've never used your Giant's Knife before that, because it'll literally break on the last hit on Twin Rova. But... yeah. It is possible to one-cycle every other boss in this game. I'm counting one cycle from like the phase where they start taking like the actual final damage to their health. So again, we're gonna save warp here because it's just faster than playing Prelude of Light. This cutscene's like 4.5 minutes, so if you wanna grab a snack, whatever, I'll be here mashing buttons. I'm glad I decided to stream tonight, guys. I'm having fun. Strong could be a lot better, but whatever. It's been kind of cool to see these tricks. To do these tricks, right? I think knowing somewhat of a setup for a lot of these next time would be quite a bit faster, though. Later, Corbin. Have a good night. Alright, let's see if I can remember these trials. I really should put in a split for like the middle trial so I can compare the front half to the back half. Because like my last Master Quest PB, my trials were a second faster than my previous trials, but I felt like I played them worse. Like I voided out in Shadow Trial, which you shouldn't do. And that was a second faster. Somehow. 6 minutes of nothing to do between touching the warp and Zelda getting kidnapped.
Do you have to press text?
Yup. I literally just sit here mashing and doing nothing else. Because that'd be a great bathroom break or something. Make a sandwich.
That could be bathroom break, sandwich break.
Yeah, but it's like, there's not even a solid like minute-long period where there's no text. It's like every 30 seconds or so you still have to hit a text box. It's obnoxious. At least every 30 seconds. Yeah, unless I royally mess up, this should be under 4.5 hours. It may still be under 4:15, depending on if I remember much about these trials or not. If I remember right, the ones where you collect silver rupees are the exact opposite of the ones in Master Quest. So that would mean this one is, what, forest? No, because you collected in fire in both, I think, too. Never mind. I'm a liar. You need in light, forest, fire. I guess that's it. No, you need them in spirit, too. Wow, you collect a lot of silver rupees in Ganon's tower, Ganon's castle, whatever, I'm realizing. Wait, I think I need to go... Which way do I need to go? No, I did forest first. I think. Got him! I didn't have a chance. I don't think I need this chest, do I? I feel like I don't. Okay. Glad I checked. Oh, wow. Oh, I landed. Thought I missed that. Wow, guy. What a jerk. I don't want to target him. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, I think I can do this. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So I think if I do the roll first. Yeah. Alright, that wasn't so bad. So water, so I think I just need my bomb. Hurry up, piss. Oh yeah, this one's like timed, I think, right? This time around. guess it's probably faster to unfreeze this and then go back and kill the freezers while they're spawning in. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do in here. Oh, just get to the switch? That's it? Really? Okay. What a ridiculous trial. That one is definitely shorter than the Master Quest Water Trial. I think both of them so far have been shorter. I don't know if I'll need these. Yo, thanks, stay hydrated, Bob. Appreciate it. Hello. There we go. Oh, I still needed the hammer, not this. Yep. That's 3 for 3 that are shorter in this version. This one may be about the same. Whoa, I didn't know you could do that. That was cool. That looks really cool. I'm glad I know that now. I think fire is also shorter, because in Master Quest you have to throw 2 of those blocks. In this one you only have to throw 1. That alone saves a lot of time because of the animation cutscene thing, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I think trials overall are probably shorter in this version. I love that they're supposed to be invisible enemies and you can like still target them. Nice. Faster to just get the outside ones. Oh, there's some on the inside too. Oh, bad. So it's probably, yeah, I bet it's faster. Let's do it. Nice. Oh, there's not a loop over there. I went over the spike. Whatever. Come on. There we go. I don't remember which sun it is. Is it this one? Wow. 10 out of 10. That chest has 20 bomb chews. You need one to beat the game. Yeah. If I didn't mess things up, these trials would be super quick, actually. It's like a 20, just over 21-minute trials. That's only like 15 seconds slower than my Master Quest trials, and those ones I'm very familiar with. That was weird. So, the full charge spin attack actually does the same damage as a jump attack, which is why you saw me do it there, in hopes that they would get caught in it. One of them did, the other one didn't. Remember that time Aussies forgot the boss key? Kinda wanted magic in case I mess up Ganondorf, but I should be fine. Ain't afraid of no iron knuckles. Well, thanks for the heal, dog. Because of those waves, oh darkness. I think I delayed my third jump slash too long. Okay. He reflects that if you use your bottle at close range. Today I learned. That's funny. That's pretty funny actually. It's sad though, because I can't do dumb bottle strats. This is gonna be like a 417, I think. on streaming some original Zelda after this.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is music playing?
Huh?
You don't hear music, do you?
I could for a few minutes. Well,
For a
I guess
second.
it wasn't for a few minutes, but yeah.
Yeah. I was actually getting ready to play 4 hours ago.
Oh, my bad. You could
No,
have
it's
said
okay.
something.
I saw you in the stream chat. I'm like, oh, are you streaming?
Could have
It
said
worked out.
something.
It worked out because I fell asleep. But now my sleep schedule's off because there's no way I'm falling asleep anytime soon.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
I think a nap from 8 to 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's another reason I can't really do naps. Come on, guy. So I discovered, you were probably AFK, the strat I use against Ganondorf, I kind of like get on that little central pillar with him, because then I don't have to really play tennis, I just have to return one of them. And I thought that'd be cool, because this isn't like that great of a run anyway, and use the bottle. And today I learned that if you use the bottle instead of the sword while you do that strategy, he still reflects it at you. Did I... okay. Sometimes you can actually roll through her, what triggers her to keep coming down the stairs. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this should be like a 417, I think. Maybe a really high 416. Huh?
Is there, you say if you ran it back again right now, 4 hours?
If I took
Awesome.
like a break to eat and stuff, yeah, I could do sub 4, I think, if I ran it right back. There's at least like 20 minutes of me being like, alright, I've seen this trick, but how does it work in this run? But I won't be running this game again for at least another couple weeks.
Is the, does this version of the game still have that big Jabu skip?
What do you mean?
Where you do that, like... Didn't you skip a good portion of Jabu in Master Quest?
Oh yeah, that exists in this too. I think it saves more time in this version in Jabu than it does in Master Quest. Like, I think Deku Tree and Jabu are faster in this version. I think Dodongo's Cavern's the only child dungeon that's faster in Master Quest. And then as far as adult dungeons go... Fire Temple, I believe, is longer in this one, and that might be it. Maybe Forest? Forest might be a touch longer, too. The other three are shorter, though. Well, actually, with the new Spirit Temple route, they might be about the same. For Spirit Temple, at least. Because I found a trick to get around I don't know if you remember that room in Master Quest where you have to play the Song of Time like 3 different times in very stupidly specific spots. But I found a way to cut that room out entirely.
Don't remember.
Yeah, it's okay. Alright, so Ganon's a pretty cool fight. You throw Deku Nuts behind him, and he really doesn't like it. So, this phase of the fight, every weapon but the Master Sword that can damage Ganon only does 1 damage, and he has 10 health. Obviously, the only way to have the Master Sword in that part is to put yourself in a glitch state where you don't get rid of it. Which is probably why it was programmed to still do its full damage. So Jump Slash with the Master Sword does 4 damage. And a normal slash does 2. So you can end that phase with 2 Jump Slashes and a regular Sword Slash. If you keep the Master Sword. Oh, 416, I guess. That's not bad for a first run. You want me to cut mine so you can start yours up? Ah, he's gone. Thanks, Joshua. I wonder where that would put me. Let's find out.
No, just let yours play out.
Okay.
I saw you. I heard you from upstairs. I'm not ready yet.
Well, that would put me at 7th. Dang. Gotta cut time off that.
Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, piss.
Right? You missed the
love
best
it.
part, though, because, like, the cutscene when, like, Hylia is filling up after the water temple. She's just like, look at that piss. I think Corbin clipped it, actually. I'll have to check after this. I guess I should go fix my split names when this cutscene finally starts. I don't remember if I need to close the last text box or not. think I do. Thank you, Piss. Oh, maybe I don't. Cool. Let's fix these names then. Guess I'll just do this one as big key again, since ideally I would be getting Mirror Shield early. I think they're all accurate now then. Yeah. That 23-minute Zelda's letter though, so bad. All of the child section was really bad actually. Adult wasn't too bad. Should definitely be under 40 minutes. Probably under like 38 if I played well.
Are you done with or what's your status with? Are you happy with your Master Quest?
Yes and no. I think the time's really good, but like I watched it back a few days ago, and there's a lot of stupid things that happened that I'm just kind of like, do I bother trying to actually improve this?
Is anybody actively playing right now?
Master Quest?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't know. I get people that ask me for the route and everything every now and then I get messages back a few days later saying that it's too hard or something like that. I think a lot of people struggle with the double damage factor in it.
Mm.
Because it's like when I learned it, I struggled with that too, and because of that, I kind of learned where a lot of fairies happen to be inside dungeons. So it's like if something happens, I kind of have backups that I know about just from that. But I think if a person's trying to learn just from watching my run, where I don't use those a lot anymore, it's going to be a lot more difficult because it's like there's fairies in pretty much every temple you can get as backups, except for Shadow, I think.
Mm.
But if people don't know about those, because I think my last run, I don't think I got any of them.
Do you? I always have this dilemma with when I have like high scores at like the arcade. Do you want people to challenge them?
My run? I would love that, honestly. Because, like, I don't know. In my mind, at least, for this kind of thing, it might be different for an arcade game, but for this kind of thing, it's like if someone's challenging my time, they're probably doing something better than me that I can learn from, or they're actively working to develop new strategies and stuff like that too, which would be really cool. Because it's like, I only discovered the way I do Spirit Temple now because someone else wanted to route Master Quest 100% glitchless, and someone else made the suggestion to him to do the route similar to what I do now, because it would save him having to go to child 3 times, so now I can only do it in 2. But because of that suggestion, I was just like, wait, I can kind of tweak that and skip a key in the Spirit Temple. So it's like, stuff like that is just really cool. Because like right now, if I bothered going through Master Quest, I'd probably really dig through Shadow Temple right now, because Shadow Temple is the one dungeon that I can't skip a key in right now. It's just not possible as far as I know. But if I could find a way to skip a key, there's one that's really out of the way that would be really nice to just not have to worry about. But I don't think there is one.
Is this person actively, or is there anybody actively looking at doing a glitchless 100% Ocarina of Time, either regular or Master Quest?
There are a couple people in the 3D community talking about it. I've thought about routing it to do it for Zelda Dungeon, but it's not something I would personally take seriously. Like, I was asking Kevin the other day if anyone had, like, close to, like, a 6-ish hour time in Ocarina of Time. Because I estimate that's what it might take me to do 100% glitchless if I actually routed it and played it through once to make sure it worked. So I was thinking it might be interesting to do a side-by-side with somebody. But I think he told me no one really has around a 6-hour time anymore, so it wouldn't really work.
For Master Quest you're talking about?
No, just for regular. I mean, Master Quest would probably be closer to 6.5 or 7 hours. Master Quest is just a lengthier game because of where stuff is. Because, like, Master Quest, for example, the Fire Temple Master Quest, from me entering the Fire Temple to killing Volvagia is less than 10 minutes. But if I do 100%, I have to go through 2/3 of the Fire Temple instead of the, like, 6 rooms I have to right now. So that alone adds a lot. I mean, it's something I've thought about learning some of the games 100% in a glitchless fashion to do for this channel. It's just I don't know which ones would be reasonable with the time. Because like I said, I think... Oh, it's unlocking Master Quest for me again. How lovely. I think this one I could do in under 6 hours if I really routed it and played it once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
But like a game like Majora's Mask that I'm not as familiar with, I'm not sure. I feel like realistically it could be done in less than 6. But then you get to a game like Wind Waker and it's just like there's no way in hell I'm doing that game in less than 6 hours 100%. There's no way I want to play that game enough to get it to close to that time anyway. Seems like Twilight Princess.
I think it's kind of unfortunate that there's very few categories for any Zelda game at all that are 100% glitchless.
I know N64 Ocarina of Time has one.
I mean, 100% as in, like, you know what I mean by that. 100% of the game.
Do you mean like maps and everything too, or?
I didn't mean 100% glitchless as in like completely glitchless. Is like, you know, like there's like stuff in here that's borderline glitch, but like,
Yeah.
sometimes glitchless is like, yeah, it's glitchless, but you can do this, and this.
Well, I think Ocarina of Time, the original, is what kind of started that. Because now they have what they call bug limit, and man, you should hear some of the people go off. They're like, yeah, let's make a category that's kind of glitchless, but let's just say you can use 5% of the glitches and give it a different name.
Yeah. Twilight Princess has that. I saw that. They don't have glitch.
Twilight Princess is because there's not a word for glitchless in Japanese, so the Japanese runners just call it bug limit. Like that's the closest translation.
Oh, okay.
Which I believe is why Twilight Princess HD is called bug limit, and probably Twilight Princess. But I don't know the game well enough to know if there's actual things in there. So like bug limit for Ocarina of Time, for example, there's a way you can get into Jabu without a fish that they claim isn't a glitch because you're technically just getting over the load zone and triggering it. And it's just like, I mean, you're really going to consider that not a glitch? And it's the same with Trials. Like, you can technically get above the load zone and trigger it because it's wider than the central tower in Ganon's Tower. But as long as you're doing it without using what they specify as a glitch, it's not a glitch and it's allowed in bug limit. So it's just like we don't allow that stuff in Ocarina of Time 3D because it's just ridiculous. Because it means you still need a bottle technically to do bug limit, but like you don't have to ever put a fish in it to get into Jabu Jabu, for example. Like that's dumb. You're doing it in a completely unintended way. Like there are definitely ways you do things unintended, but something like that is huge. So some of the games, I'm sure, like I haven't really looked at any of the ones outside of Ocarina of Time, but I'm sure some of the games have things that I would be like, how is that not a glitch? Like, to an extent, I would argue that the power crouch stab mechanic in Ocarina of Time is a glitch, but they don't, and I understand they wouldn't consider it one because it's going to happen on accident, because it's like you're probably going to crouch stab. So there's no way they can be like, oh, you glitched, your run's invalid just because of that. So I get that one kind of thing, but yeah, it's whatever. Do you want me to kill this so you can start yours?
Yeah.